skyline of America was set in place one brick at a time. Now that represents a lot of calluses. America the Beautiful is not an accomplished fact guaranteed to remain intact. God shed his grace on thee, to be sure, but this was wasteland when God had it to himself. He handed man a hoe and said, you want another Eden? All right, earn it. And all that's necessary for the weeds to take over again is for you and me to lay down that hoe. Work, 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 hard work. There is no gospel less popular than the gospel of hard work. Work, 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 hard work. There is no gospel less popular. Get to work, get to work. We tell our young people how our country was carved out of the wilderness. No, it wasn't. Our nation was hammered and hoed and chopped and dug and sawed and clawed out of the wilderness by bare-handed men who asked nothing for nothing. America did not start out with an agricultural production of the awe and envy of the world. It was seeded first by sod-busting farmers who fought Indians and ranchers and cold and heat and drought and bugs and flood and one another. The fruited plain sprang forth from barren acres only after they had been watered with a lot of sweat. Work, 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 hard work. There is no gospel less popular than the gospel of hard work. Work, 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 hard work. There is no gospel less popular. Get to work, get to work. I guess what I'm saying is that the more history I study, ours and others, the more certain I am that there is one fertilizer essential to the survival of civilization, and that fertilizer is sweat. And I don't mean perspiration. I mean the kind of steamy, streamy, salty sweat that's wrung from a man by hard physical work. Somehow, the sweat gets into the soil of a farm or a factory or a city or a state or a nation, and everything thereabouts grows tall and strong and tough enough to stand against any storm. But the day the sweat dries up, the soil dries up. And whole civilizations are buried in dust. Hard work. There is no gospel less popular than the gospel of hard work. Work, 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 hard work. There is no gospel less popular. Get to work, get to work.
My mantra is a very simple one. Discipline equals freedom. Discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, 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 freedom. The answer is discipline. Free time? to get it. Discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom. Discipline starts with waking up early. It really does. But that is just the beginning. It is working out every day. It is eating the right foods to fuel your system correctly. It is disciplining your emotions so you can make good decisions. It is about having the discipline to control your ego so it doesn't get out of hand and control you. It is about treating people the way you would want to be treated. It is about doing the tasks you don't want to do, but you know will help you. Discipline is about facing your fears so you can conquer them. Discipline means taking the hard road, the uphill road, to do what is right for you and for others. Discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom. So often, the easy path calls us to be weak for that moment, to break down another time, to give in to desire and short-term gratification. Discipline will not allow that. Discipline calls for strength and fortitude and will. It won't accept weakness. It won't tolerate a breakdown in will. Discipline can seem like your worst enemy, but in reality, it is your best friend. It will take care of you like nothing else can, and it will put you on the path to strength and health and intelligence and happiness. And most important, discipline will put you on the path to freedom. Discipline equals freedom, 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 equals discipline equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom, equals freedom. Discipline equals freedom, 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 discipline equals freedom, 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 discipline. Discipline, 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 discipline.
Better than alcohol, man. Yeah, and the funny thing is, if you're trying to stop drinking, you need something better than alcohol. And alcohol's pretty good. So you better find something a lot better, man. Esteemable people do esteemable things. It's like, yeah, well, you want to figure out something that you're doing with your life that's worth not getting drunk and screwing up. You might say, well, why do people drink too much? If you like alcohol, that's a stupid question. Why do people drink too much? Well, because it's great. So why stop? Well, you do stupid like that's all prohibition in some sense. What's better is, no, you need an adventure, man. Alcohol is an interesting drug. Alcohol, it's a hell of a drug. Alcohol, it's a great drug. But the problem is, it's a great drug. No, you need an adventure, man. You need to get out there and have something to do, something worth waking up for. That's the substitute for the addiction. Actually, the addiction is the substitute for that, if truth be known. Alcohol really is a good drug for coping with anxiety. It makes you more extroverted and enthusiastic, more full of positive emotion. And the second thing it does is reduce anxiety. It's a great drug. But the problem is, it's a great drug for the moment. Alcohol is an interesting drug. Alcohol, it's a hell of a drug. Alcohol, it's a great drug. But the problem is, it's a great drug. Alcohol is an interesting drug because it actually doesn't make people stupid. People who are drunk will take far more risk. And you might say, well, that's because they're too stupid to understand the risk. It's like, no, they're not. If you ask them about the risk when they're drunk, they can outline it perfectly. What it stops them from doing is caring about the risk. That's why you can drive around drunk at high speed in a car, which is a really stupid thing to do. It's fun, like so many things. It's like jumping off a cliff. True until the last 1/10 of a second. It's like then you're not flying, man. Alcohol is an interesting drug. Alcohol, it's a hell of a drug. Alcohol, it's a great drug. But the problem is, it's a great drug. Alcohol is an interesting drug. Alcohol, it's a hell of a drug. Alcohol, it's a great drug. But the problem is, there's consequences.
The man I'm talking about was not a Scrooge now. He was a kind, a decent, a mostly good man, generous to his family and upright in his dealings with other men, but he just did not believe in all of that incarnation stuff which the churches proclaim at Christmas time. It just did not make sense, and he was too honest to pretend otherwise. He could not swallow the Jesus story about God coming to earth as a man. He told his wife, I'm truly sorry to distress you, but I'm just not going with you to church this Christmas Eve. He said he'd feel like a hypocrite, that he'd much rather just stay home, but that he would wait up for them. So he stayed and they went to the midnight service. Now, shortly after the family drove away in the car, snow began to fall. He went to the window to watch the flurries getting heavier and heavier. Then he went back to his fireside chair, began to read his newspaper. Minutes later, he was startled by a thudding sound, and then another, then yet another. At first, he thought somebody must be throwing snowballs against the living room window. But when he went to the front door to investigate, he found a flock of birds huddled out there miserably in the snow. They had been caught in the storm. In a desperate search for shelter, they had tried to fly through his large landscape window. That was what had been making the sound. Well, he couldn't let those poor creatures just lie there and freeze. So he remembered the barn where his children stabled their pony. That would provide a warm shelter. All he would have to do is direct the birds into that shelter. Quickly, he put on a coat and galoshes, and he tramped through the deepening snow to the barn, and he opened the doors wide. And inside the barn, he turned on a light so the birds would know the way in. But the birds did not come in. So he figured that food would entice them. He went back into the house and fetched some breadcrumbs and sprinkled those on the snow making a trail of breadcrumbs to the yellow-lighted, wide-open doorway of the stable. But to his dismay, the birds ignored the breadcrumbs. The birds just continued to flop around helplessly in the snow. He tried catching them. He could not. He tried shooing them into the barn by walking around them, waving his arms, but instead they scattered in every direction except into the warm, lighted barn. And that's when he realized that they were afraid of him. They were afraid of him. To him, he reasoned, I'm a strange, terrifying creature. If only I could think of some way to let them know that they can trust me, that I'm not trying to hurt them, but to help them. But how? Any move he made tended to frighten them and confuse them. They just would not follow. They would not be led or shooed because they feared him. And he thought to himself, if only I could be a bird now. I could be a bird and mingle with them and speak their language and tell them not to be afraid. Then I could show them the way to the safe, warm barn. But I would have to be one of them, wouldn't I? So they could see and hear and understand. At that moment, the church bells began to ring. The sound reached his ears, above the sounds of the wind. And he stood there listening to the bell at Deste Fidelis, listening to the bells pealing the glad tidings of Christmas, and he sank to his knees in the snow. You love. This will be a wonderfully Merry Christmas. Years from today, half of the products you will be using in your everyday living aren't even in the dictionary yet. We've got it made. If we just keep on keeping on, we've got it made. And if we don't, we will follow those other great nation states of history to the graveyard of ignominious oblivion. History promises only this for certain. We will get exactly what we deserve. Thank you, God. Now I can take it from here. Thank you, God.
interested in this mystery, I went down to the Amazon, where there are still surviving shamanistic cultures today, and where they drink the powerful visionary brew.
Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun. Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun.
The active ingredient is dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is actually closely related at the molecular level to psilocybin. Normally, DMT cannot be activated orally. When we encounter it in the West, it's generally smoked. There's an enzyme in our stomachs called monoamine oxidase, which switches off DMT on contact. But in the Amazon, they've got around this problem. They say it was the spirits that taught them how to do it.
Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun. Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun.
The DMT in the ayahuasca brew is contained in these leaves from a plant that they call chacruna in the Amazon. And there they mix it together with this vine. And out of the 150,000 different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, this is the one that contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, which switches off that enzyme in our stomachs and allows the DMT in the leaves, when the two are married together and cooked in water, to be absorbed orally. It takes us on a 4-hour journey to extraordinary realms. Extraordinary realms.
Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun. Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun.
It's no joke to drink ayahuasca. The ayahuasca brew has a foul taste. Really, really hideous. And a dreadful smell. And after you've drunk your cup, you'll find within 45 minutes or so that you're sweating, that you're feeling nauseous. Pretty soon you may well be vomiting. Nobody's doing this for recreation. Nobody's doing this for recreation. Nobody's doing this for fun.
Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun. Ayahuasca. This is the one. Ayahuasca. We're not doing this for fun.
I'd like to add that I don't think any of the psychedelics should be used for recreation. They have much more serious and important mission with humanity.
It's interesting that some people find science so easy and others find it kind of dull and difficult. Especially kids, some of them are just eat it up. And I don't know why it is. case of science, I think that one of the things that make it very difficult, it takes a lot of imagination. It takes a lot of imagination.
It takes a lot of imagination.
It's very hard to imagine all crazy things that things really are like. It takes a lot of imagination.
It takes a lot of imagination.
It's very hard to imagine all crazy things that things really are like. Nothing's really as it seems. We're used to get, hot and cold, and all that hot and cold is the speeds that the atoms are jiggling. If they jiggle more, it corresponds to hotter, and colder is jiggling less. So if you have a cup of coffee or something sitting on a table, and the atoms are jiggling a great deal in the coffee, and they bounce against the cup, and the cup then gets shaking, and the atoms in the cup shake, and they bounce against the saucer, and the heat heats the cup and heats everything else. Hot thing spreads its heat into other things by mere contact, because the atoms that are jiggling a lot in the hot thing shake the ones that are jiggling only a little bit in the cold thing, so that the heat, we say, goes into the cold thing. It spreads. But what's spreading is just jiggle and irregular motions, which is easy to kind of understand. Kind of understand. It takes a lot of imagination.
It takes a lot of imagination.
It's very hard to imagine all crazy things that things really are like. It takes a lot of imagination.
It takes a lot of imagination.
It's very hard to imagine all crazy things that things really are like. And if you're used to balls bouncing, you know they slow up and stop after a while. But we have to imagine with the atoms a perfect elasticity. They never lose any energy. Every time they bounce, they keep on bouncing. They're perpetually moving. And that the things that happen when we say something loses energy, if a ball comes down and bounces, it shakes irregularly some of the atoms in the floor. And then when it comes up again, it leaves some of those atoms moving, jiggling. So as it bounces, it's passing its extra energies, its extra motions, to little patches on the floor each time it bounces, and loses a little each time, until it settles down, we say, as if all the motion has stopped. But what's left is the floor is shaking more than it was before, and the atoms in the ball are shaking more than they were before. At the organized motion of all these atoms moving the same way, falling down, and the quiet floor is now transformed into a ball sitting on the ground. But all that emotion is still there in the form of the jiggling of the floor, which is a little bit warmer. But anybody who's hammered a great deal on something knows that it's true, that if you pound something, you can feel the temperature difference. It heats up. It heats up simply because you're jiggling it. It takes a lot of imagination.
It takes a lot of imagination.
It's very hard to imagine all crazy things that things really are like. It takes a lot of imagination.
It takes a lot of imagination.
It's very hard to imagine all crazy things that things really are like. This picture of atoms is a beautiful one that you can keep looking at all kinds of things this way. I find myself trying to imagine all kinds of things all the time, and I get a kick out of it, just like a runner gets a kick out of sweating. I get a kick out of thinking about these things. I can't stop. I mean, I could talk forever.
about that this weekend, thinking a lot about it. I think the two basic types of music indigenous to this country are the black music, blues, and the kind of folk music that was brought over from Europe, and I guess they call it country music, or the kind of West Virginia high and lonesome sound. Those are the two main streams of root American music. It looks like 10 years ago what they call rock and roll was kind of a blending of those two forms. And I guess what's happening now is rock is kind of dying out, and everyone is going back to the roots again. Some are going back into country, and some are going back into basic blues. I guess in 4 or 5 years, the new generation's music will be, it'll have a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. Maybe it'll be, it might rely heavily on electronics, tapes. I can kind of envision maybe one person with alarm machines, one person with alarm machines, one person with alarm machines, singing or speaking and using machines, one person with alarm machines, one person with alarm machines, one person with alarm machines, singing or speaking and using 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 machines, tapes, electronic sounds, using machines, using machines, using machines, singing or speaking and using machines, using machines.
You will be so selfish.
Most of it's illusion. Most of it's illusion.
So, I said what I had to say. I'm sure that I could have done it better, and many people have told me how I could have done it better, although it didn't mean they would actually do it. And my job was at risk, serious risk, for about 2 months, and it destabilized my family. Being very brave about this, so thumbs up to them, man. Here's the optimistic news. The university has left me alone completely. I shook hands with the dean 2 weeks ago. We're on friendly terms. They don't want this to go any farther than it has already. The students were tremendously welcoming when I came back to teach in January. I haven't had a single negative incident at the university, and I've received thousands of letters from people all over the world, all of which have been in support. I've received 2 negative letters. That's it. 2. people have an inchoate longing to have the sort of thing that we're talking about articulated, and so don't be thinking you're alone. It's just that people can't talk, they're afraid to talk, or they don't know what to say. And those are real problems. So if you're reasonably articulate, like, start talking, sharpen yourself up. I mean, the enemy is a cloud. They're a cloud of gnats. They're only courageous in groups. They're only courageous in mobs. If you stand your ground and don't apologize and articulate things properly, they'll disperse around you like they're not even there.
Most of it's illusion. Most of it's illusion. Most of it's illusion. Most of it's illusion.
So don't be afraid, but be afraid of the right thing. And the right thing you should be afraid of is not saying what you say, because that's the same as not being. And here you are suffering away. You might as well be at the same time. At least then there's something to you.
You will be so selfish if you just start doing video games and stop talking about politics. I saw you say that recently.
I made a convincingly better argument that was so good that like even your own fan base disagrees with you. Nowadays, what it means to win is that, like, I got that guy banned off YouTube. I was able to get him to disagree on this trans point. I got him on the trans athlete thing, got him banned on Twitch. Now I can do it. I try to get him banned here. Like, that's the goal. But meanwhile, on the other hand, you've got people like Ethan saying we need to bomb fucking Republican headquarters. You've got people like Vosh saying I want LGBT people to get guns so they can lean out of their house and shoot at like Republicans driving down the street. You've got people you've got people all over the fucking Twitterverse saying things like we need the Mayo side of white people and, you know, burn down these businesses. And like you've got like with all of that shit going, you got people like Hassan saying we need to drag landlords down the street, watch piggies get killed. And it's like, okay, in that media environment, like I'm supposed to feel bad about being a little edgy because the edge that I'm at right now is so toned back from where I was like 7 years ago. Okay?
Wait, hold up.
Vosh would never ever actually show clips of things I'd say to his audience. He would only ever characterize my positions. And then eventually those characterizations became self-referential. So on stream 1, he might say, today, Destiny was blaming women for getting raped. But then the next stream he would say, do you guys remember when Destiny was blaming women for getting raped? And everybody would have the memory, but they're remembering like a simulacra. They're not actually remembering me ever saying anything. They think they're remembering me saying anything, but they're actually remembering Vosh's mischaracterization of things that I said. Yeah, he does this ad infinitum about anything related to me. It's unhinged.
Reach out to Vosh after his Republicans are evil and they want to kill everybody take, and just emailed him. He got back and we did that debate that you obviously reviewed, but then I thought it'd be interesting just to kind of give or discuss with you. It was super annoying. So after the debate, the main message that was communicated to me over and over and over by all of his followers who had watched it was like, I can't believe you think the Republican Party isn't dangerous and you just want to work with them, and I can't believe that you don't believe in people's right, like self-defense, or we shouldn't, you know, be able to defend ourselves if there was ever a genocide or something like that.
Yeah.
Which, obviously, I hope was clear. That was not my message, but from your perspective, obviously it was clear. Did I make myself clear enough that I was just saying I don't think the level of violent rhetoric that he was
Yeah, I mean, obviously
saying.
It's the position that I have as well, right? So of course I agree.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't mean you agree with me. I'm saying you agree with, or you think that was clear in our conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, Bosch is trying to obfuscate as much as possible so that he can maintain the error of, or the plausible deniability, right? It's kind of like what the crypto fashion people did in like 2016, 2017. You never directly call for violence. You just like walk people right up to the cliff, basically.
Right. Yeah, and then I saw just before I came on, you were kind of going through some not too different history. That was the other big point that people screamed at me, was that I wasn't read up enough on fascist history.
Gotcha.
And
None of
that's
them
why-
are as well, just in case you don't. I don't know if you've read that or not, but anytime anybody screams about history or books online. So here's something that I've noticed. If somebody screams at you that you need to read history or you need to or you don't understand something, they don't understand it. Because when people know something that you don't, they're generally pretty eager to share the information. Like when I get things wrong, which I do a lot, people will email me or they'll communicate like, hey, this is a thing and like you should be aware of this and that and that and that. People will say it. But if somebody just says like, oh, you're wrong, you need to read X or whatever, they don't know what they're talking about. They probably just read headlines and they don't know enough to like really push back on what you're saying. They don't like the narrative that you're giving. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and so the funny thing is that's exactly what I found out very quickly because someone was spamming whenever I was live streaming. You didn't know your history and blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, just you want to come on and explain to me what I didn't know? And so then they came on and just beep bop boop said a bunch of stuff that meant nothing. Definitely didn't make me go, oh, that's the history that I had a gap in. And so with that all being said, moving past the actual discussion, what it made me think about with you is I do hear you discredit effectively other people's hyperbolic belief about where the country is currently, but I haven't heard as much of your view on how dire of a situation we're in. And so
relating to LGBT issues, not dire at all. I think we've made an ungodly amount of progress. That's the question. Because it makes me degenerate. But we made a ton of progress over the past like 10, 20 years on like trans stuff. Like it's unreal.
Yeah.
Where the conversation is right now in the United States. I think we've made like unbelievably great progress. So the idea that it's dire or whatever is just strange. It's a very young person view, I guess. When like trans people weren't even part of the national discourse 10 years ago. The only place we saw them was like on reality TV shows and shit. In the worst ways possible. But today, like the conversations have gotten way better. Things have gotten way better.
They definitely have. But you also recognize, so just so you know, I'm not thinking there's a genocide of LGBTQ people coming. So I'm not holding that opinion, but I do see in a few different areas, sometimes you'll take a huge step forward and a smaller percent of the population takes a huge step back. And there's like a huge backlash. Because I think we would have said, wow, this is one of the things people said was, wow, Barack Obama got elected, look how far we've come, which was true. And then you saw a little bit of a backlash where people felt it was time to be even more overt in their racism and stuff. I see a similar thing with now that most of America is more accepting of LGBTQ people in general, but then you're saying trans people specifically. There is a hotter, more vicious rage about that group in the public discourse as kind of a backlash to it.
Yeah, a little bit, but like the rage is like the rage is so good. Like what we're fighting over now is like insanely positive. Like 20 years ago, trans people only existed to be the butt of jokes. And now the debate is over whether or not they can compete fairly as a collegiate athlete. Like that shows an unbelievable amount of progress in the conversation. I understand it feels uncomfortable because you see how passionate people get over these like niche culture issue things, but like it shows a massive amount of progress in terms of where the conversations are, Like
totally.
Like it would be like arguing like, oh, like look at like we're trying to debate whether or not gay people should be allowed to be married, Well, in the past we debated whether or not gay people should be burned at the stake, So I think like there are definitely still problems. Like people are fighting over things, but like I think even the things we're fighting about today are way more positive than what we would have been fighting about like 10 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And then I guess what I want to kind of get a pulse off of you on is, in general, like you zeroed in on LGBTQ people, but in general, we do see super scary, less kind of historically common things happening, such as the 2020 anti-democratic stuff from Trump and very real plan to at least attempt to keep him in power with the, what was the title? Green Bay sweep or whatever, where they would recognize the alternate slate of electors and all that type of stuff. And it didn't wreck their party. Like that story came out and now the Republican Party is in shambles. Trump's super popular still and all that stuff that and so while I think we both recognize stoking people up to think it's time to like start fighting or going after Republican politicians, making a comparison to preemptively striking Hitler and then saying, you know, we're in a similar place in America, is too far. But there is a really scary anti-democratic move of the Republican Party that we haven't seen. Like if Bush in 2000, the courts went the opposite way, he would have conceded. I have no doubt. But we could see in 2024 and 2028, because they're still very popular, the Republican Party, like a similar thing if they lose, where they try to maintain power. So what's your sense of how, like, end of the country fear that is?
Yeah, so the issue that we're having right now, I think broadly speaking, is a lack of trust in our institutions. This is something I've kind of argued about in the past, but like, if you lose trust in your institutions, then society necessarily collapses. The institutions are what keep us like functional as a society. So anybody that's involved in the like denigration of our institutions, I think is culpable for things like the big lie. And that's kind of the thing that I've been pushing back the most on, are people that are basically saying like, oh, like voting is pointless and like, you know, nothing matters and it's all like we gotta take arms and blah, blah, blah. Because like at that point, like, yeah, I mean, like if you really do truly believe that our institutions are completely fucked, I mean, that's kind of like the only step left. So that's generally what I push back on when I hear people saying shit about like how everything is fucked. And then like the attacking of the institutions is kind of a big part of populism. And so that's one of the reasons I push back against like populists. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I agree with that. But and so I guess you're saying there's no reason to put focus on. Well, are you saying that the democracy could come to an end? Rhetoric is hurtful.
Yes. But I mean, it's kind of self-fulfilling. If people believe that democracy is coming to an end, then I mean, it probably will come to an end. Because as people lose faith in institutions and participate in them less and trust them less, then those institutions that kind of get their power from the trust of the people will necessarily begin to crumble, and then everything gets kind of fucked.
To me, though, whenever I talk about the next election and stuff like that, look, the Republican Party, once, I'm not saying it's inevitable that democracy could crumble, but much of the Republican Party's actions could deteriorate our democracy and cause it to weaken, if not completely kind of be in shambles. So that's why we have to participate so impactfully and aggressively in the democracy.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay. The next thing, well, to stick on that a little bit longer. Let me think of how I want to phrase this. So, okay, what's the balance that you feel needs to be struck between giving up on our institutions, which I agree is how society falls? You need trust in the institutions to an extent, for sure. But when elements, or they are failing you in certain ways,
you critique the institutions. Just don't make the institutions sound like irredeemable, or the problem sound intractable. Because when a problem becomes intractable, when there's nothing you can do to fix the problem, then people will either stop participating in the institutions, or like things like violence become essentially like necessary.
That went well. All right, same thing this time.
Okay, cool. All right, the next thing, I've heard you mention a little bit about Citizens United, and part of what I want to do in this discussion that I think will be interesting is you do obviously tons of conversations and stuff like that, but sometimes spend more time arguing against something than like laying out your own policy views. So I'm super interested to hear some of your own policy positions, and one of those is on kind of money and politics and that topic, because I've heard you say before you had a clear position on that, and then read more into it and we're kind of like, maybe this narrative was a little bit wrong on that particular case and how we finance elections. So can you summarize kind of that arc?
Yeah, I don't think money in politics is anywhere near as big a deal as a lot of people make it seem. I just don't. When I actually, it's intuitively it feels correct, but when I search for evidence about it, I don't have any evidence about it. I can't find it anywhere. I can't find all these huge policies that like lobbyists and shit push that normal people are opposed to.
So what about
What about what?
Policies that would be very popular that are.
Yeah, I can't think of any. If you can think of any, I'd be curious. But I think that a lot of people feel like this is a thing that happens.
One enemy remaining.
What's happening is policies are nowhere near as popular as people think they are, and people get confused as a result of that. Either because they're seeing like different types of polling data, or yeah, or whatever. Like yeah.
Because an example of this is gun control. Because that has been in the public discourse a lot lately. I've heard a lot of people cite how much each one of these individual Republican politicians gets in contributions from the NRA and this, that, and the other. And then, like you were saying with polling, you look at, okay, this issue has even a majority among Republicans support. I think it was universal background checks, but yet Republican politicians are against it. And then it makes sense when you ask the question why, search up how much they get from the NRA. Oh, that could be why.
Why won't they come to
Why
me?
they stand against something that's so popular.
So I think
They just won't come to me.
the only times that
I want
can
to try
see
smokes on bees.
lobbyists or campaign contributions making any sort of impact is when people don't care that much about the issue. I don't think that Republicans feel very strongly that we need gun control. I think that if you poll people, they might say that like, oh yeah, like, you know, universal background checks are okay. That seems like an okay thing. But I don't know if they're in bills. Launching smoke. Universal background checks.
Last player standing.
Because it always seems like it's
Spike
difficult
down
more.
A.
And then I don't know if they're in favor of that. I don't know if they would support legislation for that because it usually leads to more. This is what, and like polling is very difficult to do because these types
Spike
of decisions
planted.
people make. And the second thing too is that national polling on every issue is totally irrelevant. You have to go break down like district by district or state by state because that's where the support's coming from. The nation doesn't vote on things legislatively. It's going to be individual senators and people in the House.
Fraud moves to replace electors without delegitimizing institutions.
I do think generally something I get so annoyed with listening to other progressive commentators and other progressive discourse is the lack of understanding. in
Hey,
that
will they finally
particular
come?
area. Because while I
The
do
fucking
think
bee.
a lot of people find things like universal health care,
Wanna try something?
higher wages and stuff appealing, the nuance of the discussions makes you less maybe
Agreeable. It's kind of, I like to point to like
you feel less hopeless about the mission right here whenever you realize, oh wait, actually people aren't really pushing that hard for this generally, and so it's not that, oh, everyone wants this and the politicians are so they're not doing it. It's like we just have to get more public support for something. Like that
be,
makes me more
please.
hopeful.
Oh my God, they just won't come
The
to us.
reason something's not getting passed is because it genuinely doesn't have that much support among the people. If that makes sense.
yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Right. And so one of the things I hear tons of people kind of the way that they frame these issues is, look, polling shows everyone wants universal health care, but yet the politicians don't do it. And I bet if you did break it down really specifically, like you were saying, the way that our government is set up representation-wise, it probably pans out to be about
Last player
if
standing.
you look at polling per
One enemy remaining.
congressmen or senators.
Yeah, and you also have to, depends on how you pull around questions too. So like there was a whole bunch of back and forth that we did relating to where like I think the one that polled, because progressives always say universal healthcare polls at like 72%, and the question you ask about universal healthcare there is like, do you think that the government should provide health insurance for anybody in the United States that can't afford it? I think that question polls at like 72%. But if you ask, should the government prohibit private healthcare and be the sole provider of coverage, that polls at 24%. It's like
If not, I'm just gonna go A next round.
So like how you pull around these issues and what you ask is going to determine a lot of the times where people's support is for a given thing. It just kind of depends on, yeah, you can get lost in the weeds there, you know?
Yeah. The lack of clarity on that particular, because I haven't seen the 24 you're talking about, but I have seen huge discrepancies in the healthcare question, but then also specifically with abortion. If you look at, I think maybe you've gone over this, or polling on people's views if they're pro-choice or pro-life is hilarious. Because, yeah, I think you did cover this when you were doing one of those water discussions, maybe. If you ask, like, do you support Roe v. Wade, it'll be one number. But it drops way down if you ask specifically, do you support, and then what Roe v. Wade outlined. So you're asking the same question, just one with the label of Roe v. Wade and one with actually.
Spike planted.
Like if I was to really ask the question, like, do you think that a private company should be able to pay a public radio station to advertise a documentary?
Last player standing.
They kept my fucking gun out.
That
Oh my
would
god.
probably pull.
That's just
way
gonna hide in that
higher
corner.
Than if I ask people like, do you agree with the
Overthinking
outcome of
that.
Citizens United, which would pull very lowly, because people, even though I'm describing the Citizens United case, right, that just is, it just is right. Yeah.
Yeah, but some of the things that the United wore away were actually good in my mind. Like they had restrictions and limits on how much corporations could spend on politics and stuff like that, which I don't see why that would be hurtful. Like why can't
the
like,
issue
putting
is just
caps
that,
on
like,
how much one entity can dump into a election makes a lot of sense.
Well, but those caps still exist. The issue is like if you wanted to do your own like funded like documentaries and whatnot, like, and the issue is whether we think it's good or bad. I can understand that, but that the Supreme Court isn't there to answer whether it's good or bad. It's whether or not it's constitutional. And man, being able to ban
Let's play.
Documentaries about political speech seems like it is literally the largest possible freedom of speech. That seems like
Spike
wild.
down
With respect to the
A.
First Amendment. Now, like, should there be some reasonable restrictions around or something? Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if that's for the Supreme Court to decide. It seems like that's probably for Congress to decide.
Totally,
yeah. That's
the
a
hardest
rough one.
area too.
Yeah, it is.
For Congress to act on that, they would have to be sort of acting against the politician's own interests, which is the case.
Maybe, but keep in mind, a politician's interest is always to get reelected, right? So if it does have genuinely large support from the public, and it seems like it was an electorally important issue,
Right here.
you would expect politicians to move on it. That would be the expectation.
Standing ahead, right here.
Right. Or gets to the core.
Last player standing.
What I've decided is kind of my political project. Political engagement, and for me, I'm going to focus on younger people.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate,
in every conversation, and as we're talking about things, is borne out in data as well, with the inconsistencies in polling just based on phrasing. I really do believe one of the root issues of a lot of the problems that progressives lay out is the lack of motivation of people, because at the end of the day, as much as we scream about corporations and the billionaires controlling everything, which they obviously do have a lot of power.
Get out of my way!
So they're just swayed by whichever sign or TV ad they see the most of. So money plays a big role. But at the end of the day, like you're saying, for a politician to stay in power or get in power, they actually have to have a bunch of people put their name down.
One enemy remaining.
And it's individuals
Spike
who have
down, attacker
complete
spawn.
agency over their own decision making. And so if way more of America was very, very engaged, they could see past like
a bunch of bingo.
Which they have also. Like I feel like the last few elections also needs to show people that it's not just a matter of money buying elections, right? In the last Democratic primary, we had 2 billionaires get crushed, right? Steyer he is a billionaire, is he not? Steyer, the guy that ran on the yeah, he was obliterated. And then Bloomberg, through a lot of money spending, was able to get ahead before anybody knew who he was. But as soon as he rolled around to those states' primaries, he got obliterated. Bloomberg was never competitive.
But
and then
there's
when we
a
look
huge
at,
difference between.
Smoke's down.
I'm just saying, like, it's not as simple as just spending money. Like, we could say that, like, maybe it can help in areas for sure, but I think that should put to rest the idea that you just buy elections. Because if you could, it would have been the $2 billion as one, and not fucking Joe Biden, who's like, not to like repeat his talking points, but probably one of the poorest senators, right? Joe Biden is not the guy who has all the money and all the establishment backing in order to win an election, compared to how much money, Jesus, Bloomberg spent so much money in advertising. And then even in some elections around the country, we've seen Nina Turner, I think it was twice now, after like pretty massively outspending her opponent. Like, yeah, I think people have to be careful that like a lot of money.
Outspent her opponent.
In the first election, yes, she massively.
player
I
standing.
misclicked the fucking ult because he.
Spike planted.
Oh my
I think
god.
it happened in the second time as well. I need to go and look, but I know for the first time, yeah, she outspent it pretty hardcore.
Standing ahead.
But people need to get this idea that like it might be that, you know, instead of it's just like money is winning the elections, it might be that like, well, some people are like genuinely just pretty popular and that's why they raise more money. You know, like Trump and Bernie both raised a fuck ton of money off of small donors because of the type of support they have.
Okay,
right?
so but that you brought up Mia Turner, which does kind of push back about
Shut down.
What I'm about to say. But on the Democratic primary examples, I do think there's a big difference. I'm more comfortable with presidential, with how they've turned out. Obviously not. With how they turned out in relation to the people's views.
Andy,
So,
came out of the water.
Billionaire
Makes so much
winning
noise.
the election. Trump, who
I got your
wasn't
backs. Just
the most
Right here.
from the front.
corporate
It's
money,
water. They're coming
big
out of here.
business
So
money, billionaire money, friendly candidate, also dominated
here.
the
This is what
primary,
came out of-
all that type of stuff.
it was very loud.
So the reason I think that is though is you have a humongous megaphone and access when you're running for president, and you're in the debates. Like Bloomberg got just absolutely destroyed in those debates when he finally like showed up to them, and the eyeballs are gonna be on you. Whereas a lot of these congressional elections and even some senatorial ones, there really isn't that much national press where every person
Down you go.
know who you are and kind of your general message.
Only for a
and so I
couple
think it's a
huge
little bit
ones, yeah.
easier to just slam people with ads if you can raise more money from less donors, not like a small dollar, and then kind of just purely out of
Spike planted.
I've got your trail.
it's overstated. I do agree with that.
Guys coming from mid. On your
Genuinely
right.
bring over more people where they're well read
Last
politics
player
and
standing.
engaged with your opinions. That's going to be the quickest way to get what we want, rather than thinking there's this
Let's ruin their day.
cabal of people preventing us from, you know?
Yeah.
And that's my whole thing. Like sometimes I know the way I talk comes off super naive, but I genuinely believe in like a progressive movement that could be built if it was correctly led.
Yeah, for sure, it's possible. It just seems like they're very misguided at the moment for a number
Rein
of
'em in.
reasons. But I think that they're like, I think that progressive ideas would genuinely be incredibly popular across the vast majority of the country if they could get their message. Like guaranteeing some like basic level of economic freedom and opportunity to
Last
Americans
player
should
standing.
be something that most people can get on board with. But they just like have buried themselves into these like incredibly niche social issues, and just like, everything is just like so dumb. Yeah, I think they've squandered a lot of the goodwill they had post Bernie, just getting like hyper. I think the movement is probably too young, probably too white.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got
And
things
very
to
out
do.
of touch with where the American voting population is. Maybe not with younger kids, but with the people that vote, I just think they're very, very, very out of touch.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and that's what I've heard you talk about anytime you go into a discussion with a conservative or just somebody that you're trying, or even just like a moderate that you're trying to
appeal to,
bring over to your views. You have to first start by apologizing for a million stupid things that the left does. I've experienced.
Our brain just ulted and got killed right away. It's bad.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Good shit.
Last round before the switch.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
Need a drop. Thank you. down. Let's go! Enemy spotted mid.
Launching smoke. Launching smoke. Smoke's down. Open up the sky.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike is safe.
Why'd you walk into that ship?
Okay, time for a protein shake.
Switching sides.
I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
Found them. Die. Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted B. Too late. Adios.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Never hope to my
You
turn.
almost ripped that. I hate fucking playing with the classic.
Shoot the bad
Such a
guys.
shit weapon.
How's that for a plan?
I've only been buying Judge so much this game because I'm trying to find places to play inside my smokes, but
Reloading.
it's not. They're not letting me do it.
Watch and learn. Launching smoke.
Be faster.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts.
I've got
feel
cash.
different
Anyone
stuff.
need something?
Yo, Brutato request.
I need a drop.
Tuck, tuck.
Together.
Enemy spotted A. You're done. No match.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Well done.
Ain't much room for improvement.
Win. Show me where to go.
Right there. Right there. Reloading.
Let's go.
Reloading. Reloading.
Smoke's down.
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy spotted mid.
Watch this. 3.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
A.
Launching smoke.
Good shit.
You should have seen your faces.
Damn, Jet, have you ever considered a life of crime? I have contacts.
Right there.
Launching smoke.
Deploying drone. Shock dart. Revealing area. Found them.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Reyna flanked us on A. Came from our spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Let us hunt.
Get out of my way!
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted B.
Smoke's down.
Spike's down. Spike down B. Last player standing.
Damn.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Guess we know who our diamond smurfs are this game. Our Jet and their Reyna. Jesus. I was just looking at his hand actually. It's cool that his hand actually. I didn't never notice that his hand moves around when you do that.
Amateur.
Right here.
Running into our spawn out of A.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Chamber just left A through our spawn.
Spike planted.
Good shit. Got over to B real quick.
Come on! Get me in the line of fire. I need a drop.
I was just, I never really looked at his util too much, and like, it actually shows like a map down there. Not like the actual map.
Let's
but
have some fun.
It does show like a representation of a map, and he's like moving his fingers around. That's cool. And then this one. I never actually looked at the animation too much, but they're kind of cool animations.
Scanning
And
ahead.
again, he's moving his hand around when he do that.
Enemy spotted A.
I am the hunter.
Smoke's down.
Plant the spike.
Watch this.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Let's run.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
Right there.
Launching smoke. Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted.
The hunt begins. Planted.
Alright, let's finish this up. I just don't want to play with these Smurfs anymore. It's not really a good warm-up game.
One enemy remaining.
Still.
Nice.
Match point.
Let's put them in the ground.
When I just ult right here, I might catch the Viper.
Stay safe.
You want to play? Let's play.
Spike down mid.
Didn't hit anyone with my ult.
Let's go.
I had over 280. Oh, 3 body shots and then the headshot.
Enemy spotted mid.
I got the spike.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Somehow we hunger on these fingers.
Hey, Sparkle. Are people... Oh, because it just actually happened, right? What's even more cringe, dude, is scrolling through your Instagram feed and seeing a bunch of Canadian white girls complaining about it. Like, this doesn't affect you at all. Shut the fuck up. Like, ugh.
I am honored to be here today with my fellow House Republican colleagues. Today's historic Supreme Court decision is a victory for the sanctity of life. It will save countless innocent children. House Republicans are incredibly grateful for the pro-life movement's tireless efforts for decades, leading to this day to give a voice to the voiceless and protect our most vulnerable, unborn babies. As a new mom, I know there is nothing more extraordinary than the miracle of life. Hearing Sam's heartbeat for the first time, I'm gonna cry, was the greatest blessing and gift for our family. And I stand
So how does today's ruling affect Arizona women, and what is their reaction to the monumental decision? Team 12's Bianca Bono sat down in our studios with a group of women with diverse opinions on the topic.
We wanted to bring together women with different opinions, different backgrounds.
I've seen that one on TikTok, is the chick with her baby being like, I could have aborted you, but I didn't. I chose not to, but you could be dead right now. And it was my choice. It's like, what a weird way to talk about abortion. Like, oh my God.
To have a thoughtful conversation around abortion that I think a lot of women are going to be having in the coming.
These are all from a month ago when the news happened, but what about now? Are you laughing at the Roe v. Wade freakouts from like a month ago? Because I haven't seen any good ones like in the last 24 hours.
I am in like utter disbelief right now. If
Well, link me some shit.
you haven't read, Justice Alito revealed his first draft of the Mississippi abortion law, and there is overruled.
Well, it's all over Twitter, people. The Supreme Court, the corrupted Supreme Court, is going to overturn Roe v. Wade.
I don't even get reactions. I want freakouts, actual freakouts. Show me actual freakouts, Sparkle. I want drama.
Everybody on TikTok, listen up. They just overturned Roe versus Wade. This is crazy. I'm gonna go insane.
This ruling is like...
The fuck is this? What did I just... What is this guy's channel? This only video uploaded. What the That was so weird. What the... What?
Now tonight, people across the country
celebrating in. The Supreme Court's ruling caused a ripple around the country and the inland Northwest.
I was overjoyed. I think it's awesome. I think they did what they needed to do, and I think it's a really, really good decision. It was just like shocking. I didn't think it was going to actually happen.
I've worked for pro-choice back in the 1970s and 1980s, so it's devastating to me.
Hundreds of pro-choice activists turned out for a protest outside the federal courthouse in downtown Spokane.
Abortion doesn't impact me personally because it's not something I will ever have to go through, but I support people who need to get it. It's a necessity. It's something that is like a fundamental right, and the government should not be in.
And my brain, this is broken from these people. Like, you're downtown Spokane, Washington, protesting this stuff in a state where you're never gonna lose your abortion rights in this state. Like, what the fuck? Who are you even protesting?
Our medical offices, they shouldn't be in our bedrooms.
At the same time, miles across town,
this is something that we've been praying for 50 years.
Members of
And again, these crazy church conservatives in Washington, like, you have a very liberal state. Like, you're never gonna get rid of abortion rights in that fucking state. Like, people are retarded.
Makes no reference to action of matters,
right? Something that is different.
8 months or Colorado in unrest this weekend. It's time. Hopefully, we look acting overnight.
No, it's just my different Hawaiian shirt. I want to. We had Capitol Hill Police. This is the
right around there because they're on CNN, but chanting right now.
1 second. Rise up for abortion.
Got a rhythm to it. It's a fair point.
Yeah.
You're right, Ginger.
You thank participants.
Lame. I can't find any good entertainment from this. Oh well. It's stupid anyways. Yeah, but can you actually send me any links of people actually freaking out? I can't see any good ones. I actually can't find any good ones. Like, nothing.
Nothing you say will ever be wrong, 'cause it just feels good being in your arms. And I'm running with you as fast as I can, singing to myself, I wanna hold your hand. And we're going downtown, 'cause we feel like running around. Is it really this fun when you're on my mind?
Oh, okay.
Is
Oh
it
my
really
God.
this cool to be in your life?
Luckily, my left monitor where Discord is on is vertically set, so I can read this actually.
There's one thing I'll do if it ever goes wrong.
That's a long fucking post, Jesus Christ. I'll read this one after. What's this other one?
All of my songs.
Policies people believe will reduce abortions, banning abortion. Policies that actually reduce abortion.
Suddenly
Access to free
I die.
contraceptive, comprehensive sex education, universal health care, paid
I
family
hope
welfare
they
funding,
will say
security, closing the wage gap, funding education.
Select your
that he
agent.
was obsessed and it was okay.
3 duelists, fuck that shit. We're playing comp.
We're going downtown. And we feel like running around. Is it really this fun when you're on my mind? Is it really this cool to be in your life?
Yeah, like this one.
And I'm going crazy, crazy for you. I'm going crazy,
Let's see.
crazy for you. I'm going crazy, crazy for you. I'm going crazy.
Our abortion rate is slightly lower.
Crazy for you, for you.
Oh look, does Mexico have all of that stuff? I don't think so. How did they get their abortion rate so low? Like fuck. This like. It's more of a cultural shit than just give us free stuff and we'll stop killing our kids. Like, Jesus Christ. No, it's also the same. The thing is, a lot of the women who end up deciding to finally have a kid at like 26, once they've had a couple abortions in their 20s, their situation doesn't change. Their financial situation like probably hasn't changed usually at that. I know a lot of women. This is the case. I'm speaking from like experience from a lot of people I know, and like they have abortions in their early 20s, at least 1 or 2. Later on in their 20s, their economic situation has not changed. Their life hasn't changed whatsoever. Then they finally just decide, hey, I want to have a kid now. And they're like what? Nothing. Like, you could have done this before. It was a choice thing, and like people want to remove that just like ease of that choice. And like I kind of understand that. Like, I had to dodge that shit. I didn't want to lose. I only lost 3 RR. I could have lost fucking 20 by having just a team that auto locks 3 duelists and doesn't talk at all. Fuck that. Not risking it. Why is this scene so perfect? Why did I love this scene so much? I was literally fucking shedding so many goddamn tears watching this scene. I'm like, what is... like a teenage girl. Even just watching it for a few seconds, I'm like getting emotional. It's so good. God damn it. I think he's gonna say, right? He is like, dude, have you watched this yet? I think this is pretty early on in season 4. So if you've watched the first 3 seasons and you haven't watched, this isn't a heavy spoiler, this scene. Even though this channel is called Heavy Spoilers.
Match found.
I showed Drek this scene because I don't find this scene to be too crazy of a spoiler because it's pretty early on in the season. It's still setting stuff up. But I think he's going to... YouTube video will probably call to the fact that this moment makes it so emotional. Her seeing...
Hello.
So she's been like really depressed the first couple episodes. She's very detached from like life and everything because of what happens in season 3 with her brother. And then she's like running back to life, and like her friends all calling to her. That is so like, it's so subtle, but and there's so much more going on, but just that little thing. There's so many little things. I want to see what exactly he points out. Like, what exactly is it that makes the scene so fucking good? Why do I love it so much? So like her body starts floating up into the air, and she's being possessed by this Vecna guy. So she's in an alternate dimension being possessed by him, and now she's like, they put her favorite song on her head in her headphones. They found out what her favorite song was, and they put it on her to save her life because they figured that was the only connection to bring her back to reality. And so
how's everyone's night going?
She's listening to that song. She's unconscious. She's floating in the air, and the 3 friends are like,
not too bad.
Screaming, like wishing she would come back. And like she sees this, and like it's part of like it's subliminally, it's very subconsciously letting her know, like letting you as the viewer know that like she realizes that people care about her, and that's enough to like want her to cling to life again. And like all of this is so fucking visually fucking beautiful. The cloud here even slightly resembles a heart, very subtly, but there's a little thing here, and a little, like, I noticed this too, like
Okay, so Stranger Things Season 4 Volume 1 is packed with absolutely incredible moments throughout it. In my opinion, the season really upped its quality, and each entry feels like its own standalone film. Divided up into several storylines, we watch as Joyce tries to save Hopper, 11 attempts to regain her powers, and the rest of the group try and stop the new big bad Vecna. Vecna is easily my favourite villain that we've had in the show so far, and this nightmarish creature stalks a lot of characters throughout the entire season. Clearly based on Freddy Krueger, we even get a nod to this with a cameo by Robert Englund, who is revealed to be the character's father. Vecna is set up early on as an unstoppable force, and come the end of episode 1, he's
Cypher, I'll let you know if they're there, or if they're going to be. I'm gonna knife over.
He literally is just throwing in random spoilers just to live up to his channel's name. Like, why would you? You're literally just talking about this one scene. Just describe why the scene is perfect. And never mind. There's like, he's just gonna start dropping crazy spoilers throughout it. Like, why do you have to describe the entire fucking season? You just want to, like, that scene is pretty perfect. Cinematographically, describe to me why it's perfect. I thought that's what you were gonna do. Motherfucker. It's honestly so fucking
down
good.
A.
It's made me love that song too now. It's so good.
Reloading. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
So she just starts hearing the music all of a sudden, right? And this opens up.
They can't help you, Max.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
There's a reason you hide from them. You belong here with me.
You're not really here.
Oh, but I am. Max. I am.
It'd be great. gonna go deep.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Nice.
For you.
Never back down.
In the beginning, there was nothing. In this area of sea here, as seen on Google Maps. Then Rare said, "Let there be a sea of thieves."
This could be a cool video, actually. This is if I watch that, it's gonna make me want to fucking play Sea of Thieves. I'm sure. I've already had an itch to play it the last couple days.
Reload. Someone's at attacker's spawn.
Spike down A.
Last two on site.
Spike planted.
There's one back by nest. We thought we were gonna flank. Why'd you make noise?
One enemy remaining.
You got me killed at that step. Jesus fuck. Oh my god. Good try. But it was so perfect. I was like stepping out of smoke as you made noise. Could have waited one more second.
Feel them getting ready.
That's fucking so stupid.
It shall have 4 main regions. The shores of plenty, a tropical paradise with clear blue water and lush vegetation.
Can someone
The
gank?
ancient isles, an area with deep blue water and ancient monuments of stone.
Get out of my way!
Enemy suppressed. Reloading.
Come on.
The Devil's Roar, a dangerous volcanic zone for only the bravest adventurers. And, so egregious. Anyway, let's have a look at some useless information about this beautiful map that Rare has created for us, starting with its real-world scale. As I mentioned before, this is where it's meant to be on the planet. And we know this because of this map you can find on the Maiden Voyage, found in the hold of the Magpie's Fortune.
Yeah, I've looked into this before too, trying to figure out like where the real world location's supposed to be. Come on, come on, come on.
I will not lose my home again. Satchel out. Don't get in my way.
Targets attackers from. Got him.
Zone is A. Get haste. For you.
Brim is tagged like 80.
Jet's like
There.
right on me. I just saw her. She's still here. Fuck.
Grenade! Bomb buddy.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Fuck. Who's there with Spike? The surrounder.
No charges.
Come on.
30 seconds left.
On A. Planting A, Cypher.
He's on A.
Planted. Last player standing.
I hit him 70.
Give me a
Did anyone else tag him?
Give me
I
a
didn't.
corpse.
Activating kill mode.
Just literally let this man ace on us. And you want to surrender already? This is defense on ice spikes.
Yeah, defense is hard on this map.
Just hate playing with people who want to surrender already. It just makes me doubt them as a person.
Someone FF'd?
Yeah, we just have to have 6.
Why would we FF? Who did it?
I'm curious.
Someone is A.
148 chamber. What the fuck? Thank you.
Weapon here.
Sage, could you rest me? Or am I stuck up top? Shit. Oh, nice. Oh, fucking I'm dead.
So what I miss?
I'm good.
Got you. You will not kill my allies. Here comes the party.
Spike down A.
Grenade.
Last player standing.
Flashback.
You grenade on yourself. What the fuck?
Remember, nobody's a hero without crying for air.
Satchel out.
Heads down, guns up. Get busy.
One down. Grenade.
There's one on. Yeah,
Last
hold up.
player
Oh
standing.
my god. He's been on catwalk this whole time. Maybe. I'm guessing it was our sage who wanted to.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait.
Like their chamber was catwalk that whole round. He was up here.
There.
Bump out the whole fucking
There.
time.
On my mark.
Sage just apparently didn't realize.
Yeah, it's whatever.
He was just being so loud, like our sage just jumped up here so carelessly.
Spike planted.
What the fuck?
Here.
Last player standing.
What is this matchmaking?
I'm so confused. I hit their brimstone 201.
They have a sage.
Time to stop back up.
Yeah, but like.
They have a sage.
I know, but like, couldn't he just fucking die?
Did he not?
Nah, he didn't.
I was gonna
He
say
did
she
not
used her
die.
she used her res recently. Oh yeah, it was the previous round. She just healed him, right?
Yes.
Probably gonna be.
Flash!
Wall raised. Here.
Yeah, we got one in defensive vest on A.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Fully charged.
One enemy remaining.
Net deployed.
For you.
Repairing.
Last player standing.
Nice try.
Will they try the same old tricks?
I won't be able to buy next round with a full shield unless I get one kill here. Get one kill here.
You want to play? Let's play.
I need two brim. Fuck me. How did I go if that's so hard?
Grenade.
I didn't get the kill I needed to have full shields next round. Jesus. Unless they somehow win this. Ooh, a ghost.
Shutting them down.
There's not a weapon for you right here, Sage. And your teammate's X?
Weapon here.
Oh, that was
They're
just
blinding.
oh, it was just a ghost. Yeah, true.
Spike planted.
There was a vandal on my X, but it's too late now.
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Nothing will be saved after this. Use it.
Get out of my way!
Enemy in attacker spawn. Here.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Target sighted B. Bad guy down. Shutting them down.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
We fight once again. No.
Knife deployed.
Barrier created. Headshot. Knife planted.
Good attempt.
Last player standing. Match point.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
There.
Don't worry, I'll keep them quiet.
Someone is mid.
Player standing. Spike down mid.
What the fuck was that?
Defenders win.
The person on their team who got carried by Smurfs is like trying to be toxic in the chat while I'm just asking the Smurfs questions. Oh my god. Fister sister. Yeah, like this fucking 11 and 10 Reina got carried so hard by Smurfs, like trying to be toxic, like GG easy, like what the fuck? And I wasn't even tilted. Like, why are you complaining? Like, I'm not complaining. I was asking questions about how, like, about their peak rank. I can read what a Smurf is. Like when this is your career, your match history. Team MVP, team MVP, team MVP, match MVP, match MVP, team MVP. It's really easy to read your Smurf games. Like I can tell when I'm playing with the Smurf. Like this game. This quick game. We got fucked on. Scores didn't even get that high because they won so quickly. This game I had Smurfs on my team. Yeah, it's just dumb. Quack was a Smurf. I asked him. He was like immortal. He admitted, like, you're a piece of shit. Go play at your own rank. Let's see if this guy is ranked yet. This season. No, he's not ranked yet. Good. And there's no immortal leaderboard yet. It's like what the one kid said was so accurate. He was like, can I not see it? Smurfing and Val, what a life. I ain't Smurf. And then he's like, yeah, because he sucks at his own rank. That's what I've always said about Smurfs, that they suck at their own rank. And then I had an immortal Smurf tell me his actual main ranks account said look him up on the leaderboard. So I did look him up on the leaderboard. You can see their career history in their leaderboard. When you look at leaderboard, you can see people's games. You can see how well they do. Like, this guy's good. He MVPs his games. He does pretty average some of his games. He bottom frags some games. Like a normal player should. Like I do at my rank. Like everyone should when they're playing at their normal rank. This guy's account, when you go into his match history, he bottom fragged every single one of his fucking games. So his account is boosted from like probably high diamond. Like he didn't really deserve immortal, but he would brag about it. But he was still like a decent player who just couldn't play at his own rank anymore. So he obviously didn't like to play on his own account, because if you looked at his account, every game he just bottom fragged, like just doing so horribly. I was like, what the fuck? This is proving my point to me so hard. So he comes in and he ego smurfs. I met a smurf in my game the other day who I was chill with, because he said he was playing with his friends, and you could tell he was holding back. You could tell he was holding back his skill. He wasn't trying to shit on people in the lobby. He was just wanting to play with friends, so he's playing on his smurf account. But he made sure we won the game, like just a little bit. But that's different. That's much different than someone who's ego smurfing alone in an account that they don't care about just to feel better about themselves because they're shit in their own rank. Like, that's pathetic. Like, it's like I don't see how they don't see how pathetic that is. Like, I would want to slip my wrist before I did that kind of shit. I'm glad Robbie Wade got aborted. Just a clump of letters. Yeah. Nice take.
Although, I mean, if you look at the map, it seems to imply that the route into the Sea of Thieves is from the northwest, but in the maiden voyage you clearly enter from the south. But hey, I'm just nitpicking, you know. Some people have suggested that the Sea of Thieves is the Bermuda Triangle, but if you look at the shape of the map, you'll notice that it's a fucking square. Also, it's not even inside the Bermuda Triangle, look. Since you don't get much of a sense of scale with the Sea of Thieves in this area, here it is in the Irish Sea, and again off the coast of New York City. The map's grid measures 15.6 kilometers across, with each square on the map being 600 by 600 meters. Let's focus on the Sea of Thieves itself now. Besides, the Sea of Thieves is where people went to escape the real world, was it not? Here it is, the map. It contains 7 outposts, 25 large islands, 39 small islands, 10 fortresses, 8 seaposts, 4 enchanted islands, 3 treasuries, 6 shrines, 6 sea forts, and 1 Reaper's hideout, totaling 109 things on the map. The smallest island is Rapier Key, and the largest island is Tribute Peak, but we'll ignore that because of course it is, and say that the largest island is Smuggler's Bay. Rapier Key measures in at a measly 0.052 hectares, although it is relatively long at 114 meters. Hence the name. For anyone wondering, there's 100 hectares in a square kilometre. Smuggler's Bay measures in at 12.6 hectares, and Tribute Peak is 4 times that size at 49 hectares. Which is big. But is it the biggest thing in the universe? No. The Sea of Thieves has a total area of 24,336 hectares, and 216 hectares of that is land. Therefore, only 0.9% of the Sea of Thieves is made up of land, thus the word sea. However, this does not include the rocks strewn about the place. Furthermore, 55 hectares of the land in the Sea of Thieves is uncharted, as in it doesn't appear on the ship's map. Therefore, a surprising 25% of land in the Sea of Thieves is uncharted. Let's amalgamate all this land into one island to make one big, beautiful island. And now, we'll reveal what it looks like. Sorry about that. Undo it, get it out of here. That's better. What is the most isolated island? Well, it's Ruby's Fall, whose closest neighbour is Flintlock Peninsula, 1.1 kilometers away. That's very sad. The closest two islands, on the other hand, are Black Sand Atoll and the Wild Treasures Store, if you can count the seapost as an island, which are only 462 metres apart. Aww. And finally, the honour of being the most depressing island in the Sea of Thieves goes to Glowstone Key! I mean, look at it, it's just pitiful. It's half being swallowed up by the Devil's Shroud on the map too, look. So we know how good ships are for getting across the map, but how long would it take to swim across the map? Well, it took me 352 seconds to swim from Daggertooth to Shipwreck Bay, which is 1.27 kilometers. Therefore, I was swimming at a speed of about 13 kilometers per hour. That's about 8 miles per hour if you're American or a Tory. To put that into perspective, you're swimming at about the top speed of a mobility scooter, and 3 miles per hour faster than the fastest swimming speed ever recorded. Makes sense. Based on this swimming speed, I was also able to calculate that the depth of the ocean floor next to a shrine is around 230 meters. Swimming to this depth in real life would obviously kill you for many reasons. To represent this depth as a length on the surface of the map, it's about the same length as the bay on Smuggler's Bay. I calculated running speed to be around 31 kilometers per hour, that's 19 miles per hour. I mean, not really surprising, is it? So it would take you 72 minutes to swim across the map, and just over 30 minutes to run the length of the map. I told you there'd be useless information in this video, didn't I? Moving on, the ocean current moves in a southeastern direction. Therefore, when sailing southeast, you'll find that you don't need to attend the wheel too often, as your ship glides along with the current. However, when sailing northwest against this ocean current, the ship will gradually drift off course to either the north or the west, so you have to keep an eye on your compass when you're going in that general direction. The ship can also be pulled off course a little when sailing in crosswind. The wind blows in the same direction throughout the entire map, but it's not the same across every server, unlike the storm, which is in the same place in every server. I used to think that the storm would move in the direction of the wind, then I thought that it bounced around the map like the DVD logo like this. However, I now realise that it follows a set route, moving steadily from island to island, frequently returning to Reaper's Hideout and the Sea Dogs Tavern. This set route takes approximately 250 in-game days, equal to around 4 days and 4 hours in real time, allowing the weather to be predicted across the whole map. One place the storm never goes, however, is the Devil's Roar. It's hostile enough with its active volcanoes. Every large island in the Devil's Roar features a volcano which will erupt at regular intervals, but there are also an additional 5 sea volcanoes, including one that's all the way down there for some reason. Who are you planning on sinking, buddy? The danger zone of each volcano stretches out by 1 map square. The volcano at Mora's Peak Outpost recently became inactive, making that now a safe area. Were we to represent Old Sailor's Isle on the map, the island from the Maiden Voyage, it would be here. We know this because during the Maiden Voyage you arrive in the Sea of Thieves south of Thieves Haven, and we can figure out from there the distance that's been travelled in the Maiden Voyage. Although, based on its position, Old Sailor's Isle ought to be visible when sailing in the main game. However, it isn't. Nor are all these rocks you have to sail between on the Maiden Voyage. I do find the shroud to be quite bizarre in the first place. I mean, look at its shape. Very geometric, leading me to believe it was created and not some natural phenomenon. Hang on. Perfectly straight lines drawn on a map with no consideration of the cultural consequences. But that means the shroud was created by the British!
That was good. Nice.
In case you've ever bought a LEGO set, you've most likely come across one of these weird pieces the brick separator. In this video I'll show you more efficient ways to use it, tell you why LEGO has been lying to you when it comes to the correct usage of the brick separator, and other tricks I figured out over the last years of me building LEGO as my profession. I assume that by now you all know the basics of how to remove bricks and plates from other LEGO pieces, including the way LEGO tells you to remove flat tiles from plates.
I thought you were just supposed to get your fingers all torn up and hate yourself and have hurt fingertips.
If you take a look into the official instructions, you will find that LEGO tells you to hold the brick separator this way, having the studs facing up. However, what I figured out over time is that in most cases, it's actually more practical to turn it upside down. The reason for that is that otherwise you will have these two sort of rails of the brick separator preventing you from reaching beneath the tile. In fact, this actually happened to me during the filming of my last LEGO City update, in which I wanted to remove a tile, tried to use the brick separator the normal way, but then had to turn it around in order to reach the notch of the tile. My next and probably favorite trick is an extension of what I've just shown you, and comes in handy if you need to remove large areas of tiles from base plates. For this trick, you once again need to turn the brick separator around, press it at an angle against the row of tiles you want to remove, and now simply let it guide itself by the studs. The only important thing you need to keep in mind for this trick is that you shouldn't apply too much pressure, because otherwise you might scratch the base plate. By far the best part of this technique is obviously how satisfying it is.
That is oddly satisfying.
The more boring alternative to this would be to use one of those weird big black separators, but let's face it, nobody wants to do that when you could also use the orange one in a much more fun way instead. My next tip I have for you might help if you have two plates stuck together. There now are a few different ways to get them apart.
This is like information that 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old me would love to know.
First and best way to do it is by using one normal brick separator on top, as well as an old one for the lower plate. All you now need to do is press them together and the two plates easily come apart. Unfortunately, this trick doesn't work with two normal brick separators, because they then have the same angle and therefore can't be pushed down far enough. Still, if you don't have an old brick separator laying around, you can always use another plate as an alternative, as I'm showing you right now. What you might have noticed is that after some time of constantly using the same brick separator, they get worn off and useless. In this case, you don't need to buy a new one or buy new LEGO sets to get new brick separators, but can instead simply repair it using sandpaper. All you need to do is drag it along the sandpaper a few times until it's back to normal again. The finer the sandpaper in this case, the better the result. So these are my tips about the brick separator. I haven't seen anyone else share yet, so hopefully you'll...
Such a weird tip video for a thing I'm not even into, but interesting. I used to follow a channel that shit made cool LEGO sets, and then his apartment got broken into and all his shit was stolen. It was so sad. Wonder if he ever got back into it.
Thanks to today's partner, Vessi. More about them at the end of the sketch. Wow, that was a tasty... I enjoyed the food. Yeah. Yeah, good food that we're finished eating. Really, really good stuff. What if we kept going? Oh man, I don't know, I'm pretty full. I cannot stress how little that matters to this concept. I'm not sure what you're suggesting. I had this idea the other day, right? What if we keep eating a bit, but just sweet stuff, just sweet. What do you mean by sweet anyway? Like a piece of fruit? In the same vein as fruit, yeah, but much more elaborate and with none of the nutritional value. Okay. See, I'm starting to suspect that eating sweet stuff releases a very fun chemical in your brain. Isn't that right, brain? I can't see your brain. Oh yeah, that's right, you can't see my brain. Anyway, I had this science guy prepare a bunch of stuff. A science guy? Yeah, he's just like a wacky science guy, you know. He made me process and refine these plants until there were nothing but crystals of sweetness. It's not right, it's not natural. Yeah, it turns out that stuff is actually too sweet on its own, so I had him use it to make a bunch of other crazy stuff. He threatened my family? You gotta help me. Okay, he's such a wacky science guy. Whoa. That was pretty wacky. Okay, so like what's this stuff? Oh, that stuff's real good. That stuff's made with something called cocoa beans. Oh man, that is amazing. Oh, it is amazing. I even came up with a catchy name for that stuff. Oh yeah? Oh, you're gonna like this a lot. I thought we could call that good brown stuff. I feel like there's probably a better name than that. Yeah, you're right, I'll figure it out. Okay, hold on, this one has a hole in it. What's going on there? Yeah, you put a hole in the middle of those ones, I decided. Get that out of here, no one wants to see it. That's pretty weird. Well, this is actually, I feel like I'm having like a boost of like manic energy here. I feel like I don't need to blink anymore. Yeah, that happens for sure. Wow. And that's gonna kind of abruptly end. What? You're gonna suddenly crash, you're gonna be exhausted, it's gonna be awful. Oh, that doesn't seem healthy. Oh yeah, no, this isn't healthy at all. This will probably make you gain some weight pretty fast, maybe develop some diseases, probably best not to eat a lot of it. Well, you know, despite having that information now, I still would like to eat a lot of it. Yeah, no, that's because it's also addictive. This seems problematic, but it releases the fun brain chemicals. Isn't that right, brain? I can't see that. Right, my bad. What are these ones? Oh, yeah, I don't even know what we were thinking on that one. You shaped them like worms. Why'd you shape them like worms? No idea. He's insane, that's why. Hey now. Oh, the texture, it's all chewy. It's chewy, it's a fun one to eat. How'd you guys do that? He made me boil animal skin and tendons. What? He wanted to see what would happen. Bones and ligaments too. That's why it's chewy. Shut up, science guy. Oh, my God. It's pretty good though, right? Despite the bone thing. I wish I didn't know that information. Okay, tell you what, you want something a little less processed? We actually discovered some other sweet stuff. It's all natural. Isn't that right, science guy? Please let me go. Here you go. Try a spoonful of this. I bet we can make some other fun sweet stuff with it too. Oh wow, that is very good. All natural, baby. No bones in this? No bones, actually made by bees, if you could believe that. This stuff, wow, how'd you get bees to make this? Oh, they just kind of regurgitate it. Oh my God. Hi there, hello, it's me, I'm the astronaut. Okay.
Don't lecture me, Obi-Wan. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
We're looking at sea otters. 6 of them here.
Don't make me kill you.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This is the deepest pool in the world. Located in Dubai, this pool has a max depth of 196 feet. That's about the same length of 5.5 school buses lined up together.
It's for training? What is this? Fucking sunken building? Like, what the hell?
There was something wrong with this person's plumbing that caused their faucet to drink water.
Hey! No! 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 No!
This person wanted to get into a bar and asked these police officers how realistic his fake ID looked.
Just got a quick question, like how fake does my fake ID look?
How fake does it look?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get into Harper's.
Yeah. I don't know. Looks good to me.
Looks good?
Yeah, why?
You think I can get in with it?
Oh, you can try. See what they say.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool cop. What? That happened so quick. Oh my god.
This is how professional rock climbers go to sleep for the night.
Match found.
No. 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 Oh my god.
Squishy!
My hands.
Hey, Squishy!
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know.
Feel the cheek, Squishy.
Scientists found a rare glass octopus in the middle of the Pacific Ocean at a depth of 650 meters.
That's so cool looking.
This cat found a fly on the table. Here's a cool demonstration of how a lion's retractable claw works. A scientist found these interesting fairy shrimp swimming in a pond. This rock climber is strong enough to hang by one finger. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
That's insane.
Later.
I wonder what torture their omen is going through. Is it like ours? Poor soul.
They're already saying to report that right now. That could be a good sign for us.
Rotating A.
Got you smokes on A.
Long. One coming down.
Oh, it was actually default. Shit.
It was a fake. It was a fake. Or not. They're just everywhere.
Well, they just were everywhere.
Yeah. I think they want A, so. Good trade.
Jet's lit 123.
Spike planted.
Play off each other. Reyna, pushing with me.
Omen's hit for.
Enemy reloading.
They're not planted here though. They're planted C, I guess. Weird.
Oh, yeah, because the other ones weren't here. Run with your gun out. They might be lurking.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That's okay.
You got time. It's past 20 seconds though. Almost. It's about to hit 30 seconds. Okay, you only got like 5 seconds left. Like,
I will not
a
die.
little more. Try and half it. Wasted your time.
All good. The headshot.
Once you hear the triple beeps, you got exactly 8 seconds left before you have to start.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to make sure that I didn't just get shot in the back.
And I just like to spread awareness about the beeps and the timing. Just in general. In all my matches. We're saving for next, right? No, don't buy so much shit this round. We want to buy next round.
Revealing area.
Many mid, many mid. Mid and A.
Oh, 61 to Phoenix.
Okay, Jet and Rainer are
Should've
B
fucking
side. I
swung
may
him
need
a
your
little
help,
bit
Jet.
first.
Last player standing.
Right,
Shit,
this is why
sorry, I
we
should
should
have played off you.
they won first round. If they won first round, that means they're gonna force up and buy a bunch of weapons. We shouldn't have bought sheriffs and shit and bought shields. Like, you always save off the loss.
Don't worry.
So that we can buy this round together as a team. We should be able to full buy.
Need a drop.
Raina, you can't sell some util and get like a phantom or something? Phantom or Vandal?
Multiple enemies seen. Ugh.
Spike planted.
Omen killed.
Last player standing.
Launching smoke.
One enemy
Rainer
remaining.
was garage.
Oh my fuck, what
I
the
guess she
fuck?
went around.
Yeah, no, I thought she was gonna be on this box.
Reyna, time to hunt.
We can push them back. Many enemies.
The hunt begins.
Perfect. Enemy. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh my god, what a fucking useless flank. Oh my god, how did I get nothing?
Reloading.
Sage was in hell.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
3. Blocking sight.
And she dies for that too.
I'll teach them to respect their elders. I'm saving.
Our whole team can't buy, so we shouldn't buy this round. Sage, we should buy together as a team. Next round. Sage!
Kill my copy.
Okay. Well, next round when we're all buying, Sage will be broke. That sucks.
Watch this.
Watch it out, Sage.
Barrier created.
Multiple enemies C.
Smoke's down.
Enemy marked. Right here. Right here.
Spike planted.
Here.
Kia.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Spike planted.
Deploying drone.
Open up the sky! Smoke down!
I didn't mean to smoke myself. I wanted to smoke hell. I forgot to smoke a little further out to not smoke heaven. Ugh. This is so stupid. I believe he's immortal too. This is so fucking annoying. Playing against an immortal 2 Smurf Reyna. I love it. This game is wonderful for that.
Together!
Enemy spotted C. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted mid. Bullseye.
Spike down B.
Out of charges.
The Jet's opping, don't peek window. She's
Standing
definitely
ahead.
in window right now. She just killed me right here.
There they are.
Get out of my way!
One enemy remaining.
Yeah!
Now that we know
Let's
there's
play.
actually an immortal 2 Smurf, we just can't try and flank. We just gotta play together and play back. Or try some weird shit, because I don't have a weapon in this round.
No prisoners.
Launching smoke! Smoke's down!
Enemy spotted C.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Well, nothing I can do this round.
Flawless.
Why? Why did he stop running away? He just knew I was gonna come that way.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Enemy spotted mid.
Launching smoke! You're dead! Gotcha. Down here.
He said 108.
They will cover. Your duty is spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
He's in long. He's in long. You hear him? He's right here behind you. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Are you playing with no headset? Like, how did you not hear where your teammate died from, where he was running around? He was making so much noise here. The fuck?
They don't have a single life worth saving. There.
Okay. No, I just gotta fucking do this. And then the whole everything.
Watch
I
and
don't see any
learn.
text chat this game.
Smoke's down. Molly.
The hunt begins.
Open up the sky.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, dude.
You will not kill my allies!
Spike planted.
Kill the Reyna and then she just gets
I got
res.
your back.
That's hilarious.
Just, you know, from the front.
Oh my god.
Smoke's down. Launching smoke.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
He's on A here with me.
Gun here.
He's in A heaven.
Stim beacon down. Right here.
Thrifty.
Any cheaper, it'd be just me and a bottle of scotch.
Last round before the switch.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all.
Just gotta play sneaky against this fucking team right now. This bullshit. They might win, but gotta make it hard for them. I figured if I threw a smoke down on garage, they'd be like, oh, Brim's not on A this round, let's go A.
Launching smoke.
Multiple enemies C. Duck. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down,
left.
attacker spawn.
Not so tough after all.
Reloading. Switching sides.
Teabag the fucking Immortal 2 player. That's hilarious. I love it. And I can't see his text chat. Fuck him. 4-8. That's pretty good. Fuck, it's this map. He has to carry his whole team.
Trust in my healing. Enemy spotted A. Healing you. Ugh. Removed.
Fire's out.
Here.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted A. Here.
Just leave the spike.
The carrier's down.
I have the spike.
Spike
Get
down
out of
A.
Leave.
Reloading.
Smoke's down. Plant
No,
the
plant more
spike.
open. Plant more open.
Plant the spike.
Yeah. Perfect. Come back to long.
Spike planted.
Enemy
Launching smoke.
Just playing up top. Just don't even peek until they start pinging the spike. Let them start pinging spike first.
They're both there.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Fuck sakes.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Okay, don't waste your money this round. We should be able to buy next round as a team. If you can't, if they have 10 points and you can't buy, you're gonna feel stupid. Don't not waste your money this round. If you don't have over 1,800 or whatever, you're wasting your money.
Keep those heels coming. Spike dropped. I have the spike. Spotted B.
Our carrier's down.
Spike down mid. Last player standing. Flawless.
What the fucking fuck, man? I should have just kept running right at his face instead of crouching. I'm playing with the fucking
What do you
frenzy.
say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings? Right here.
Slow it down. Don't die too early. Don't waste this buy round. This sucks, man. Maybe I can take team
know what to
MVP
do.
here in the last few rounds and lose less points.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy down.
Enemy spotted A. Healing you.
Launching smoke.
Return to target.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
My power does not ebb. Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
Yeah, it's spike. Sage. Nice spike. Sage, can I have spike?
Safety's off.
Revealing area.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Stim beacon here.
Wall raised.
Reloading.
Headshot. Feeling safe. Reloading.
Plant the spike. Plant the spike. Plant the spike. Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
Take flight.
Spike down.
Great idea for me to plant the spike, right?
You should have planted it way fucking earlier was the problem. That's why I was asking for spike at the beginning of the round.
Real well.
I knew you weren't going to plant. That's why I was begging for spike. Why wouldn't you give it to me?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
It's because you waited
Here,
long
someone
enough.
else can carry the fucking spike.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah,
that
thanks.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I don't need to hear you guys arguing about who the
Like,
fuck
Jesus
needs to
Christ.
plant spike. I don't care. Just play the damn
You
game,
waited
please.
long enough for them to flank is my only point. That's all I want to say. Last thing, zipping it. This is your fucking fault. Fucking Christ. I love how he had a mic that whole time too, and he didn't want to like respond or give me the spike, and then fucking gets killed planting. That's actually fucking karma right there. Sweet
Scanning
fucking
ahead.
karma.
Train harder. Reloading.
Thank you, man. Please.
Joke's over. You're dead.
You're the best. Thank you. Can I get a heal?
Can I get a smoke on?
Smoke's down. Launching
I
smoke.
smoked window in garage.
Backside.
They're all there. All side. Yeah.
One's going garage, two
Launching
outside.
smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Nice, you guys are better.
Good shit.
I know what must be done.
So, but I'll carry spike if you don't realize you have it. Unless you prefer to carry spike this round.
This is gonna be
Here's his offer.
anyone need
I've got
anything?
ults or whatever.
Enemy spotted.
Fuck this Reyna, dude.
There they are.
Enemy spotted mid.
Reyna tried to push out of garage.
Wall raised.
Still in sight.
Spike planted.
There.
Also, Sage just hit 108. Or Omen.
Take flight.
Yeah, Reyna was at 80 unless she hit.
One dead.
Last player standing.
Toasty Optimism, ready for the ace. Oh, nice try.
She was able to just throw all her knives in one shot. Get it with a good body shot.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Thank you.
Right here.
Can I grab spike up here?
Right here. Right here. Right here. Let us hunt.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted C. Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
Shot down. Reloading.
Just tap the Reyna. Nice.
What's this?
Launching smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Or you.
I am the hunter.
Why are you just wasting ult?
Cause we can.
Not really.
It's fine. Don't be so uptight, bro.
No, that's a huge ult to just throw away, like when we're down. I don't know.
It's fine. It's fine. We have another 2
Like,
rounds.
I'm holding out of this Brim ult to like secure a round if we need to.
Brim, you got. Oh, it's fine. We don't need both. We don't need both ults. It's okay.
No, it's good to hold
Look,
on to
it's
these to
if
secure a round,
anything,
okay.
it's good to have both.
Nothing you're saying is making sense. I just muted you.
Together.
Revealing area.
Good attempt.
Smoke's down. Out of charges.
Spike's down.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
I was so lucky, dude. Oh my god.
Blocking sight.
Enemy spotted B.
Yeah, nope.
Cutting their vision.
30 seconds left.
Still in sight. Planted.
Right here. Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Here. Your tactics failed.
Well, the Reina Smurf
Shoot
I
the
think
bad
one more
guys.
kill than our
How's
Sage.
that for a plan?
Let me see what's happening in the text chat. Everyone's quieted down. But they're still being toxic with each other. I'm curious.
Scanning ahead.
Launching smoke. Launching smoke.
Here. Reloading.
Night night.
There.
Grounded.
Smoke's down.
Good done.
One enemy remaining.
For you.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Stim beacon down. One left standing.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
Anyone needed?
So, what's
The plan.
Need a drop.
Thanks.
You know what to do.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted.
Launching smoke.
Healer down.
C.
Enemy spotted.
Plant.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Plant the spike.
Reloading. Planted.
There. Enemy and attacker is there. As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Yeah, sorry, I had to talk on the ship first.
Break them.
Revealing area.
Parasite.
Joke's over! You're dead! Smoke's down.
Let's get off. Phoenix was a.
Reloading.
You will not kill my ally.
Revealing area.
Spike planted.
Playback, I have Molly and ult to play off of. So, but you might actually catch one here. That's a good spot to get to.
They're gonna be on flank. I hear them rotating through our spawn.
Okay, try and catch them over here then in link.
Right here.
One's on seedling, one's in seedling
Yeah.
chat.
Get him, get him, get him.
Molly!
Taken out.
Last player standing.
Launching smoke.
Seedling.
One enemy remaining.
Last one is coming on. He doesn't have time, dude.
Clutch.
Who's the old
Okay.
dog now?
Guys like
point.
that guy, you just have to yell something random at him like, your face smells like coconuts. Like, you can't like tell him to shut up after.
Can someone get this?
Good equivalent of that is in the show Blue
someone
Mountain
get this?
State.
Thank you.
There's this guy who
Weapon here. Weapon here.
every time a bigger guy wants to fight him because he's like a small guy who like is always drunk and belligerent, and he's like, someone comes up to like fight him, he's like, yo, what the fuck, who threw that glass? I'm gonna
Weapon
beat you
here.
up. And he's like, I'll jerk you off. He's like, what? I'll jerk you off right now. Pull down your pants, asshole. It's like, and you just gotta be so serious about it. And the guy just like gets so confused and just like, it's like,
Can we get a smoke?
whatever,
please?
man. Like, just leave.
Smoke's down.
Scanning ahead.
Wall raised. Reloading.
Reloading.
80 to Sage and Long.
Deploying drone.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Overtime. Fuck, he could have fucking clutched that and won the game for us. Deal with his type. Don't ask me. I was gonna say, what the fuck does that even mean? Best way to tease type.
Switching sides. Overtime.
We are fighters.
I have a feeling they're gonna come in.
Launching smoke. Smoke's down.
Fuck, I whiffed that. How did I rush it? His smoke's
Last
didn't last
player
that long.
standing.
Fucking
Spike
retarded.
planted.
Enemy down. Oh. My ult is ready.
Team Ace.
Why would he throw it like that? He's doing so good. Should have ulted at least or something.
Switching sides. Match point.
Man actually just got a quarter of his kills in round 25 of the game.
We go.
How? How's that gonna happen?
Scanning ahead. Enemy spotted A.
Healing you. Enemy spotted.
Launching smoke.
Sleep, brother.
Smoke's down.
Here. Satisfying.
Mouth 120.
Right between the eyes.
Here.
Line B maybe?
Outside.
Last
Carrier's
player
down.
standing. Spike down. C.
GG.
30 seconds left. One enemy
That's
remaining.
fucking rude. Or was that GG?
Got the spike.
Did anyone see this jet? Is he actually AFK?
10 seconds left. Defenders win.
Yeah, GG. That's so fucking toxic. Should just keep text chat muted at all times. I actually believed that he was actually AFK, but they wouldn't just actually do that to win the game like that. But whatever. It's a fucking bullshit game. I only lost 13 points. God damn it. I need a break. There's been some bad games to start the night.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside. Have you met my father? Take a look. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Okay.
I help my
Could tell I was carrying some shit I didn't need.
I am
Does she have anything?
to carry your burdens.
Oh, cool.
Let's get going then.
Let's get going.
The longer we travel the roads
I welcome
of
you,
Skyrim,
friend.
the more empty this land.
Quite the opposite in this. It was Risad's idea to come.
Take a look. Take a look.
It's got good prices. Unless that is the price I'm used to. I can't remember. Seems cheaper. Kinda wanna put something into my bow soon. Pick this up while I'm here.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
help you?
Apparently not.
You got business at the stables?
Oh.
Talk to Gaiman if you want a horse. I hate it. Everyone feels sorry for me, so they don't treat me too bad, but... Both my parents run the Legion. Kayla said she'd feed me if I could make myself... I guess it could be worse, but... I'm sick of sleeping outside with the horses. I want a real home, real parents, not this.
So, before you come back to adopt him, you'd be like, what was your story again? Are you interesting enough to adopt? Mm-hmm.
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
I haven't really run into many mud crabs yet. I guess this is where you see them. What's over here? Which one is this? The Apprentice. What is this one again? Cool. So if I have some extra magic defense, it could be helpful. If I can get some armor with some extra magic defense to compensate for that. Hello. Well, hello. Okay, I think it's time to turn up the difficulty a bit. To expert. What are you doing? Out of the water. Waterfish. What the fuck? Thought I heard some nern root. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Just wasted my ritual stone for the day. I just saw someone fighting over here. Yeah, there it is. Alrighty. So necromancers have taken this place over? And they're fighting. What are they fighting? The bandits? Okay. Oh, I wasn't sure if that was going to be a skill book. Since it was laying there, figured might as well check. What's my two-handed at right now? Closest to going out. Oh, we're almost at 60. Get a lot more damage at 60. We get this and we get this. Oh.
I'm right behind you. All right, what is it? What? Still need me to do something? Still here. How can I serve you, my Thane? Let's get going then.
I thought she'd wear that. I guess she's already wearing
I'm right
the
behind you.
equivalent.
How can I serve you, my Thane? Lead, I'll follow. Huh?
It's already that time, eh? So if I take out my two-handed and then I put it away, okay, it wasn't doing this at first. Oh, but the thing is, if I hit my shield, it doesn't do this. It's weird. If I just hit shield, it should keep my restoration in my right hand. It doesn't. It's kind of annoying. So I gotta go like that if I want to change spells and have shield. Nice. I was on expert now at like level 18 and they're still going down that quickly. Nice, so I can put another tier into here. I actually wanted to see if some of these were disenchantable. Sweet. And I want to do this. Actually, I just got these boots. What can I do with these? Yeah. Just keep putting more and more damage output. I think my gauntlets are doing the same thing. I should have called them two-handed boots. Two-handed boots. That sounds weird though. Let's leave it. So these are only doing 5% more damage. 15. Oh, I should have upgraded these first. Fuck. Now I can't upgrade them until I have that perk, right? What is it? Is it a smithing perk? It requires level 60. I need to find another pair of boots before I can even upgrade those. That sucks. Maybe I can pay an armorer to upgrade them for me. Is that all this place has to just loop around on itself? I know I gotta go out here anyways. How do we get down? That's what I'm trying to figure out, I guess. I didn't realize how high up I was. Oh, I was like, is this the way down? And I saw her turn that corner. Nope. So both of these just go back up? Yes. I can't remember this. Oh, did I just not see this pathway? This is it. Nice. Fuck him up, Lydia.
The Imperials are good for business, and business is good for Skyrim.
Thane Bryling, at your service.
It's a fine day with you around. If you have business, please see Falk Fire. Falk said I could count on you. You have more than earned the right to purchase property and take the next step to becoming a Thane. Speak to Falk when you have the funds, and thank you. There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honor. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people and purchase a house from my steward, and I'll make you my... Good luck to you. Be well. Pray for solitude.
The courier must have found you.
It's an expensive house, damn.
Yes, when you broke up the binding, Potema escaped. We've encountered some of her minions. Steer says she's still in spirit form, or we'd all be dead already. You've already done us a service in stopping the binding, but I need you to go talk to him, to see if Steer can... I wish you well, friend.
Be quick. I have little patience for mundane concerns. Oh.
Stay away from the Oratino residence. The place is cursed.
Yes, make it quick. I'm a busy man.
I'd be a lot
I
warmer
just do that
and
right out of
happier with a belly full
Jarl
of beef.
Ulfric's room. Nice. right before he went to bed.
Fletching suits me. It's difficult and sometimes tedious, but a well-made arrow strikes forth like the
I'm waiting. Good. I'll see if I can get some copies made for the men. Here, something for you. Their aim could be steadier, but they're battle-ready. Can any man? I can but hone their skills and harden their hearts. The rest is up to the gods. I can but...
I'm spoken for, you know, so don't get any ideas.
Dragonbone, huh? Was it your ma or
You're
your
that
pa
visitor
that was
been
the
poking
dragon?
around. Attic room, eh? Well, we don't have an attic room, but you can have the one on the left. Make yourself at home.
Still here. I'm right behind you.
So you're the Dragonborn I've been hearing so much about. I think you're looking for this. We need to talk. Follow me.
Roleplay wise, a part of me wants to be like, oh, you gave me the horn.
Close the door.
And then come back to see what she was all about.
You've retrieved the horn of Jürgen Windcaller. Well done. You have now passed all the trials. Come with me. It is time for us to recognize you formally as Dragonborn.
I've got you. I will remain on guard here.
You are ready to learn the final word of unrelenting force. Da, which means push. Da. With all three words together, this shout is much more powerful. Use it wisely. Master Wolfgar will now gift you with his knowledge of Da. You have completed your training, Dragonborn. We would speak to you. Stand between us and prepare yourself. Few can withstand the unbridled voice of the Greybeards, but you are ready. Meis nu ismir dovasebrom daman da rock. Dovahkiin, you have tasted the voice of the Greybeards and passed through unscathed. High Hrothgar is open to you. Wind guide you. We spoke the traditional words of greeting to a Dragonborn who has accepted our guidance. The same words were used to greet the young Talos when he came to High Hrothgar, before he became the Emperor Tiber Septim.
Oh, cool. What did she actually say?
Ah, I sometimes forget you are not versed in the dragon tongue, as we are. This is a rough translation. Long has the storm crown languished, with no worthy brow to sit upon. By our breath we bestow it now to you, in the name of Kyne, in the name of Shor, and in the name of Atmora of old. You are Ismir now, a dragon of the north. Hearken to it. We spoke the traditional words of greeting to a Dragonborn who has accepted. The same words were used to greet the... Ah, long by you are Ismir now, a dragon of the north. We spoke the traditional words of greeting to a Dragonborn who has accepted our guidance. Sky above, voice within. No doubt, the appearance of a dragon. You should focus on honing your voice, and soon your path will be made clear.
Oh wait, Lydia's in there, so. I only thought of Lydia because I want to throw her off the mountain.
As you will, my Thane. I will protect you with my life.
Will you let me experiment with your life? She just went out of view distance. I see her back there trying to run back up to me. Is that her? I think that's her. Where's she going? How's that?
I'm right behind you. Lead on.
I love how much she just keeps sliding. She's... Oh, I thought that was her. Did she go over this ridge? Oh my god. Oh, she's right there. She like flew over that ridge and then landed here. Alright. This is the shortcut. I found the new shortcut to Whiterun. Wanna see it? Lydia? I have not come in here yet.
If you need to sample some of the finest mead in Skyrim, you're in the right place.
If you want to buy something, go find Sabjorn. Otherwise, piss off.
Welcome. I'm the owner and proprietor of Hunting Brew. Take a look. Mm-hmm.
To tell you the truth, Sabjorn isn't much of an owner. Slave driver, sure.
You're standing right next to him. Look away. Look somewhere else.
Be careful! Welcome. I'm the owner and proprietor of Hunting Brew Meadery.
You need something to do, or you just enjoy slowing down the hard-working folk?
Put that down! If you need to sample some of the finest mead in Skyrim, you're in the right place.
Why are you in
If you're
here?
looking to purchase any mead, speak to the owner, Sabi. Well, we're a small meadery.
Oh, you
We're
work
growing
here too.
quickly. Sabjorn's only been running this place for a short time now, and look at it.
It's got the key.
Hunting Brew uses only the finest natural honey. Not that sludge you'll find it.
If you want to buy something, find Sabjorn. Otherwise, piss off.
None of them are carrying the key.
What are you doing that for?
What, standing behind your bar?
We may be small, but what we lack in size, we make up for in quality. Put that down! Welcome. I'm the owner and proprietor of Hunting Brew Meadery. Blackbriar mead is just fine. If you need something to wash the dirt off a riding horse's...
Okay, so they're kind of fucked. What's this place? There must be some kind of mission around this stuff. There's keyed rooms. Okay, Delphine. So wait, does Delphine run this place right from the beginning of the game?
God might get nervous. A man approaches with his weapon.
I forgot that she was even a thing. To be honest, it's been so long. I never played much further than this in the story.
So I'll go easy on you.
We got rooms and food.
Close the door, then we
I
can talk.
cook.
She's been waiting
Ain't much else to
Close
tell.
the
all this time.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
Boosh! What was that?
Come on,
Okay,
close the door.
what's hers is mine?
Need a room? Talk to Delphine.
You're not afraid of me, are you? Close the door. Close the door. Now we can talk. The Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope they're right.
You just find that lying around? Must be your lucky day.
I hope so, but you'll forgive me if I don't assume that something's true just because the Greybeards say so. I just handed you the horn of Jurgen Windcaller. Does that make me Dragonborn too? And now you have it. No harm done. I knew the Greybeards would send you for the horn if they thought you were Dragonborn. Taking it was the only way I could be sure this wasn't a Thalmor trap. I shouldn't let you walk out of here knowing what you know. But I guess even my paranoia has its limits. You know where to find me when you change your mind. Because you will. You have to.
You have to progress the story of this game and complete the main missions. You
I am not your enemy. I already gave you the horn. I'm actually trying to help you. You ready to hear me out? I'll explain what I want when I want. Got it? You'd already be dead if I didn't like the look of you when you walked in here. But I had to know if the rumors about you were true. I'm part of a group that's been looking for you. Well, someone like you, for a very long time. If you really are Dragonborn, that is. Before I tell you any more, I need to make sure I can trust you. I shouldn't let you walk. You know where to find me when you change your mind. Because you will. You have to. I'm part of a group that's been looking for you. Well, someone like you for a very long time. If you really are Dragonborn, then...
Unguard!
I didn't think so.
You're not afraid of me, are you? Close the door, then we can talk. Now we can talk.
You'll have to do better than that!
Get away from me.
It won't stay. I could use that. Someone do something. I'm getting out of here.
Didn't know you could kill the Alvor.
I'll beat the snow with your blood.
And Girder can die? Oh, Faendal. What are you doing, Faendal?
Gods, no! Victory is yours. I submit. Mercy!
I kind of just wanted to kill Faendal there. It's kind of weird to have one of your old companions come to kill you.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
Okay.
Close the door. Then
I thought I could just keep putting arrows into her head. Hold on.
Close the door.
There we
Now
go.
can talk.
Yes, now we can talk. Oh, they don't last. I thought she'd just be talking to me with 3 arrows in her face. That would have been great.
The Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope so. I just handed you the Horn of... And now you have... I knew the Greybeard. Taking it was the only way I could be... I should... You know where to find me when you change your mind. Because you will. You have to.
There's nothing that's even close to how powerful this is right now. So it doesn't show in the damage that it's ignoring armor. Like 64 is so high. I keep trying to find another two-handed weapon that's that high, but nothing. There's 2 alchemy labs in this place. That's weird. One upstairs and one down here.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too.
I am not your enemy.
else to tell.
I already gave you the horn. I'm actually... I shouldn't let you walk out of here. You know where to find me when you change your mind. Because you will. You have to.
So she wanted to talk to me in secret, right?
Glad you're here.
So now she'll just tell me everything out here in the open? That's kind of funny. So what happened to all the secrecy?
You ready to hear me out? Like I said in my note, I've heard that you might be Dragonborn. And part of the group has been looking for you. Well, someone like you, for a very long time. If you really are Dragonborn, that is. Before I tell you any more, I need to make sure I can trust you. Yes, we're very old enemies. And if my suspicions are correct, they might have something to do with the dragons returning. But that isn't important right now. What is important is that you might be Dragonborn. We remember what most don't, that the Dragonborn is the ultimate dragon slayer. You're the only one that can kill a dragon permanently by devouring its soul. Can you do it? Can you devour a dragon's soul?
That's none of your business.
Good, and you'll have a chance to prove it to me soon enough. Dragons aren't just coming back. They're coming back to life.
I thought she wasn't going to tell me this.
They weren't gone somewhere for all these years. They were dead, killed off centuries ago by my predecessors. Now something's happening to bring them back to life, and I need you to help me stop it. I know they are. I visited their ancient burial mounds and found them empty. And I figured out where the next one will come back to life. We're going to go there, and you're going to kill that dragon. If we succeed, I'll tell you anything you want to know. You should know. You got the map for me. The Dragonstone you got for Farengar, remember? So you were paying attention. I arranged to have Farengar recover the Dragonstone for me. It's what I do. I make things happen from behind the scenes. After all, here you are.
Who actually says that about themselves? You're so cringe, Delphine.
Yes. A map of ancient dragon burial sites. I've looked at which ones are now empty. The pattern is pretty clear. It seems to be spreading from the southeast, starting in the Gerals near Riften. The one near Kynesgrove is next, if the pattern holds. You should know. The dragon it seems to be spreading from the southeast. Kynesgrove. There's an ancient dragon bear. I need to get into my traveling gear. Give me a minute and I'll be ready.
Who's coming? Because y'all just heard that.
This is more
You
fun
look
than
like
I
a
thought
traveler.
it'd be.
Someone that... Sure. What can I do for you? Ah, a fine but bloody glad you're here. I can do that one. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar.
Let's get on the road to
came riding to Whiterun from
Stay alone. Never know when those
Oh
storm
yeah, he's not like a guard. He's my friend.
Ever wonder if maybe we should call a truce with the storm clouds? Join forces for just a little while and take care of some of these dragons.
But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said...
You've got the inn till I get back.
Right.
Oh, you
Happy
talk
trails.
and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I...
Kynes Grove is this way. We can travel together or split up and meet there. Your choice.
Oh, they land behind you? That's weird. Wait, do they just like never come down if you shoot them hard? It's weird. The heck?
Oh, wow. That was just sitting there? I wish I found it first.
What was just sitting there? Didn't find anything.
If my analysis is correct, the dragon buried near Kynes...
Amethyst, nice.
Maik wishes you well.
Oh, he's attacking Maik.
If my analysis is correct, the dragon buried near Kynes Grove will be the next
I've got
to
your
come
back.
back to life.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Let's
Lead
get
on.
going.
On guard! Come on!
Should have picked somebody else for your tip.
Hello there, fellow traveler. One itinerant minstrel for a generous fellow traveler. Only true Imperials request that one.
What is it? Come on, we've
Train
got to get to
to
Kynes
our
Grove.
youth, 2 days come and gone, for the age of aggression is just about done.
Keep a
We'll
sharp lookout.
drive out
We can't
the
afford
storm
any
clouds
delays.
and restore what we own. With our blood and our steel, we'll take
Good. I can use the practice. Huh. Go on. I don't like it.
Weird thing to say.
I hope you're Dragonborn, I really do. But we'll find out soon enough.
Leave that wolf alone. Where was Lydia?
What is it? Let's get going.
Oh.
I doubt the Thalmor are aware of you yet, so we should be safe from them at least.
Well, I did kill a bunch of Thalmor up at their embassy. What about that? Missed it. Oh, there's another one here.
We may both end up dead, but at least it gets me out of Riverwood. I don't really think I'm cut out for the quiet life. The roads just aren't safe. I could use a hand here.
Already, I can take us. We are nothing.
Either that or I do this right now. I think we can do this first. Let's go. Let it set up like that. My character sounds like he's out of breath constantly. Hopefully that goes away. Just constant heavy breathing. I'd load into the cell and go out. Be fixed. Okay, I think that fixed it. What's in here? We should probably catch up to Delphine.
Hey, look.
Oh, hey.
looking for trouble. We need to get to Kaiser as fast as we can.
Should have picked somebody else for your date.
Bone break fever. God damn it.
What? Oh, you're right. You made a mistake. Now move along before that mouth of yours gets you into trouble.
You don't look so good. Are you feeling all right?
Need something? What do you need? Never should have come here.
Leave these Red Guard women alone.
I'm gonna find whoever did this.
You gonna find them?
Foreigners. What a nuisance. They thought I was some other Red Guard woman. They just wouldn't leave me alone. I hope they get lost in the wilderness. Cross the White River and follow it to Windhelm. Then we can swing south to Kynes Grove.
Oh. Wait, she did go. I didn't see her.
There's been word of some... I probably shouldn't tell everyone who asks. This is no, I think I've got this one. Thanks, though. There's been word of some trouble nearby. I'm on my way to investigate. There's been word of some trouble nearby. Lash the stake.
Wait, what just happened? Why are they attacking each other?
You're not afraid of me.
I'll kill you if I have to. That's the best you can do.
This is how it's done. That it? That your best? Damn it!
Ladies. Oh, trying to lock them both over.
Still here. I'll head back home if you need me.
Maybe I can get her to chill.
Look out!
I hope my last autosave was recent. I'm trying. Well, let me.
Stay alert. They may not have gone far.
What even happened there? Did she not like that I attacked a mercenary or something?
Hey, look, a cave. Wonder what's inside.
Fuck's sakes.
Force Rudder!
I don't know who you think I am, and I don't care. Leave me alone.
I don't have time for this foolishness. Now come along quietly, and we won't have it.
Hey,
Never should have
watch it.
come here.
I'm getting out of here.
I'm going to find whoever did this.
His head is so heavy. Why is his head so heavy? Oh my god. Why did she stop? Because we are turning, okay.
Look out!
Oh, it's not a mercenary this time.
About which one should go first. Hail, friend. Ah, but you look tired. Come. Cheers, my friend. May your adventures find you fame and fortune.
Good. I can use the practice.
I've been looking for you. There's a new museum opening up in Dawnstar. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Should have picked somebody I'm glad you were willing to trust me. I know it probably wasn't the best way to introduce myself, but old habits, you know. We better keep moving.
If that's the way you want it.
Useless assassin.
Not too much farther now. Kindfield is just down the road to the southeast of here. Do you need something? Let's get going.
Force Brother!
That never gets old.
No, you don't want to go up there. A dragon, it's attacking.
It's attacking. Forgot about that line.
Well, I don't know. Not yet. It flew over the town and landed on the old dragon mound. I don't know what it's doing up there, but I'm not waiting around to find out.
Hurry, we might be too late.
Salakunir, Zil Gro Tova Ulsa. Sled Teed Ball.
That was quick. I didn't even get to fly once.
Just getting warmed up. Oh, dang. You did it. Wait, something's happening. Rise above. So you really are.
Told ya. Jesus.
Still here. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
It's true, isn't it? You really are Dragonborn.
The Jarl. The title of Thane is an honor. I am sworn to carry your burdens. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
I don't want her to be doing as much damage as she does.
You lead, I'll follow.
Unless I need her to. She's just a backpack. I don't want her taking XP from me.
I owe you some answers, don't I?
Finally.
Go ahead. Whatever you want to know. Nothing held back. I'm one of the last members of the Blades. A very long time ago, the Blades were dragon slayers, and we served the Dragonborn, the greatest dragon slayer. For the last 200 years since the last Dragonborn Emperor, the Blades have been searching for a purpose. Now that dragons are coming back, our purpose is clear again. We need to stop them. Not a damn thing. I was just as surprised as you to find that big black dragon here. Really? Where? Interesting. Same dragon. Damn it, we're blundering around in the dark here. We need to figure out who's behind it all. The first thing we need to do is figure out the Thalmor are our best lead. If they aren't involved, they'll know who is. Nothing solid, yet. But my gut tells me the Empire had captured Ulfric. The war was basically over. Then a dragon attacks, Ulfric escapes, and the war is back on. And now the dragons are attacking everywhere, indiscriminately. Skyrim is weakened. The Empire is weakened. Who else gains from that but the Thalmor? If we could get into the Thalmor embassy. Problem is that place is locked up tighter. I'm not sure. Meet me back in River. Keep an eye on the sky. This is only going to get worse.
Got something for just about everyone in here. Give a holler if you have any questions.
Welcome to War Maiden. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? good doing business with you.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Everything's... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
That dragon only drops one bone in one scale, because it's the one from the story. Lame.
Do come back.
Where's all my weight in it right now? What?
I work for Bellathor at the jet. Come by Bellathor's shop at the market. I'm sure we've got something you need. That's some of my weight. I guess it's just all this shit. All this adds up so quick.
Huh?
Okay. I'm getting tired as fuck. I'm gonna go to sleep. Oh, fuck. Ooh, man. Dream time.